Everybody, we're going to start. Thank you very much. We're going to start. Morning and welcome everybody to this meeting. Before we start, we're just going to give the members and the AG and the Audit Committee for introductions. So my name is Fernan Christians. I'm chairperson of SCOPA. Next to me is Mr. Dustin Davids. I'll give over to the members first. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members and all attendees here. I'm Leon van Wyk. I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Benedicte van Minnen. I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Emery Boyson. I'm an alternate member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Johnson, member of this committee.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Pat Lecker. I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning. I'm Basil Pieters. I'm also a member.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayanda Barnes. I'm a member of the Provincial Parliament.
Molweni igama lami ndinguBenson Nqensu, the member of Provincial Parliament.
Thank you, members. Over to you for introductions.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and good morning to all of the members. My name is Singita Callan. I'm the Business Unit Leader for the AGSA in the Western Cape. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairperson and Honourable members. My name is Ashley Olkers. I'm a Deputy Business Unit Leader for the Auditor General in the Western Cape.
Good morning, everyone. Honourable members, my name is Hussein Ahmed. I'm a manager in the Stakeholder Liaison Office at the Auditor General.
Chairperson, honourable members, good morning. My name is Comfort Bunting. I chair the Audit Committee for the Jobs Cluster.
Hi, good morning. Zinat Ishmael, Department of the Premier. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introductions. We're going to start with the briefing by the Auditor General on the committee's outcomes and the service delivery impact of the departments and entities of the Western Cape government against predetermined objectives, and how the non-partial achievements of the predetermined objectives impact service delivery. I think, if I remember correctly, the committee was very vibrant, and member Van Wyk was one of the people that asked that. So we're going to give opportunity to the AG to present, then we're going to ask members questions, and then the audit committee, and then members will ask questions, and then we'll have a little break, and then we'll come back after that. Thank you very much. I'll give over to you, Ms. Cullen.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and once again, thank you for the opportunity for us to be able to present to the Public Accounts Committee. We have put together a presentation that's going to help us guide what the message is that we would want to deliver to the committee today. Ultimately, we will reflect again on the PFMA outcomes that had come through for the 2024 cycle. And because the committee had the interest of identifying what was the achievement and non-achievement of targets in that space, we thought that it would be good for us to bring the service delivery aspect in terms of the testing that we've done on predetermined objectives and the outcomes that we've done on that. So if I can then allow members to then join me through this presentation and perhaps jot down your comments and questions. Just to start off, our vision and our mission. We still continue to strive for the mission as the Auditor General of South Africa with our constitutional mandate as the Supreme Audit Institution of South Africa, that we exist to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector, and we do this through our auditing tool. And thereby our aim is to build public confidence. And our mission is to be recognized by all of our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution, so a relevant SAI that enhances public sector accountability. And you'll see accountability appears both in our mission and in our vision, and it's something that we do take very personally. Just a quick refresher on the second slide is just our constitutional mandate, very closely linked to our mission, but ultimately we produce an auditor's report from the work that we've done. And we report on the accounts, the financial statements, and financial management of government institutions. But most importantly, we've got three focus areas that we concentrate on, which is the financial statements. We concentrate on compliance with applicable laws and regulations, and we report on performance against predetermined objectives. We do have the ability to do discretionary audits, such as sector audits, investigations, and performance audits, but that is generally under the ambit of whether the Auditor General would like to or not, or whether there is another institution or public body that is mandated to do such. As you know, we've had enhanced powers since April 2019. Importantly, the material irregularity tool is for us to ensure that if we find accounting officers and accounting authorities not fulfilling their role and responsibility that's been mandated to them by clear legislation, that we can then enforce, which then means issuing a material irregularity, in which we then give recommendations of what we believe the accounting officer or authority should be doing. It is pretty much aligned to reviving that their legislation is very clear of what their role and responsibility is. A material irregularity can result in a certificate of debt. As an audit office, we have not yet issued a certificate of debt to any accounting officer or accounting authority, but we have had points where we've referred matters to other public bodies for investigations. We've had instances where we've issued remedial actions, and remedial actions in itself are binding and of legal nature. So you can see that the material irregularity tool is a very legalized tool that has been given to us as auditors. We've got a completely separate unit that actually deals with material irregularities, but it is something that's identified through the audit process. So I thought just a quick refresher on the MI space that we have. In the provincial government space in the Western Cape, we do not have any material irregularities that are currently open. We've had one in the past, which we've then managed to close, which was in the human settlement space, because the accounting officer took the necessary action and conducted the investigations that they ought to have conducted. So we can then move on just again quickly. As I've mentioned, our audit covers 3 areas. And if you look at an auditor's report, it will give you an audit opinion on the financial statements. It will give you significant findings around predetermined objectives. So it would concentrate on the reliability and ultimately the usefulness of the predetermined objectives. In this last year, we adopted the part where we report on the completeness of indicators and targets. So if we believe that a department has not got complete indicators and targets, so for instance, there is sector indicators that need to be adopted, and you'll see later on I talk about education. The Department of Education did not adopt all sector indicators and targets. We then report on that, which is our latest development from the last year. And then ultimately compliance with laws and regulations, but it is specifically laws and regulations that manage the financial matters. So relate to the governance arrangements around financial matters. So it doesn't cover every piece of law and regulation that ultimately needs to be complied with. We make sure that we want to be able to then connect the dots as well to the financial work that we do. On the next slide, again, just a very quick refresher. I'm sure honorable members are very well aware of the different types of audit opinions that one would get. The best being the unqualified audit opinion with no findings. That means the financial statements are free of material misstatements and ultimately is fairly presented. And then there is no significant finding in terms of predetermined, so the usefulness and reliability, as well as the compliance with laws and regulations. What's important to note is that in this type of clean environment, it doesn't mean that everything is functioning perfectly, but that in all the chances in all cases, the building blocks of good governance has been laid. And if we find if the environment is clean for a considerable amount of time, that we find that administration can in fact spend significant time on focusing on service delivery. And if there is any challenges in terms of service delivery, that they do have the capacity to be able to then concentrate on that. Yes, you do get varies, so you do get a qualified opinion, an adverse opinion, and a disclaimed opinion specifically around financial statements. And when we do find that type of environment, we do see significant findings when it comes to predetermined objectives as well as compliance with laws and regulations, because you'll agree with me that they are all interlinked in terms of how it actually is implemented. Ultimately, the financially unqualified opinion with findings shows you that the finances are in order, but there are certain stresses around predetermined objectives or around compliance with laws and regulations. So that at least gives you a good foundation. And we'll go into the outcomes shortly. I want to then shift gear into our culture shift strategy, which is something that I think the honourable members will want to use as an entry point for conversation. So as an audit office, we can't call it a new strategy. We've been in the strategic phase for about 3 years now, where we've sat down and we said, what do we aspire to have? And what we said we've aspired to have is a stronger, more direct and consistent impact on improving the lived reality of South Africans. Now, where does this come from? As a supreme audit institution in South Africa, we've adopted the international standards on public sector auditing, IPSAS. And one of the standards talks about the values and the benefits of a SAI within the country that they function in. And in that, it talks about how we have a responsibility to be able to report on the accounts and on the performance of the government entities and institutions within the country, and that we are doing through our mandate in terms of the audit process. Then our responsibility to report to oversight structures and key stakeholders so that at least the reporting is transparent. So this is where you do find that our office is very active in the legislature space and the parliament space, where we do then go to the necessary bodies and report. And thirdly, it is for us to be able to also be a model citizen ourselves. Within that, there are principles, and one of the principles talks about us being able to make a difference in the lives of the people who live in the country in which we are a supreme audit institution. So that is where the aspiration has come from. We've adopted that value, and we've indicated that we would like our work to ultimately impact on the lived realities of South African citizens. So we'd ask ourselves the question, how are we going to be able to achieve that? So we believe that by sustainably and efficiently shifting public sector culture towards doing good behaviors, and it's going to be done through insight, influence, and enforcement. And I will unpack that a little bit. What we've also said is that we do understand that we've got the variations of the audit outcomes that we do share with everyone, but it is going to be important for us to be able to provide the accounting officers and accounting authority with clear information as whether we do believe they have a good public sector culture within their environment. And so you may have heard the Auditor General, when she presented at SCOAC the last time, she talked about the continuum. She talked about the culture shift, where she would rank an auditee or an institution between doing harm to the public versus doing good to the public. So you'll see that that little bubble dots graph that we've got there has got 5 categories. On the extreme right, we've got doing good. Next to it on the left-hand side, we've got doing more than the basics. We've got doing the basics, not doing the basics, and ultimately doing harm. Now, the intention is not to make this public, because we want to be able to drive the culture from the leadership within the institutions that we are auditing. And ultimately, because we have the view of connecting the dots in the 3 focus areas that we audit, it gives us a great opportunity that when we are trying to identify root causes for things not going right, we can try to attach that to a behavior. And if it is that the accounting officer can address the behavior, we do believe that it will be much more sustainable than just addressing and remedying the root cause or symptoms of the root cause. So we want to be able to shift the public sector culture towards doing good. At this point in time, we are not there. The journey is a 2030 journey, and we're hoping that we'll be able to get there. So I mentioned that we want to provide insights, we want to influence, and we will enforce where we can. Now, providing insights is where we then sit with the accounting officers and we say, we obviously through our audit process are going to provide you with sufficient insight. So you're going to get an understanding of whether we believe that you've got good governance in the space, you've got sound controls in your environment. And if you do not, then we can provide you with that insights. What we've also done is that in the background, we've built a team of specialists. And our team of specialists is made up of IT auditors and what we would typically have in the private sector called performance auditors. Now, performance auditors would be specialists in either infrastructure, so that means you would have engineers, quantity surveyors. Now, because we audit in government, there's health, there's education, so we need education specialists. We've got doctors in our space, we've got statisticians in our space. So over the past 5 years, we've been really building this muscle of a group of specialists that then help us go and audit certain projects. So it is part of the audit process. Our entry point is the predetermined objectives. So if something has been promised, say, for example, plainly put in terms of the human settlement space, and the objective is to have X amount of homes, we then look at, and we all know when it comes to human settlements, it is multi-year, the projects are multi-year in space. So we would then select a project and be able to then run through the project life cycle. So we would then test the procurement processes of that project that has brought it into fruition. We would then test the project life cycle and how it's actually being managed, and whether, in fact, from a contract management perspective, there's lessons to learn, and whether there is, from a project management perspective, any lessons to learn. If there is any cost loss in the space to say, ultimately it's taking longer, why is it taking longer, what are the controls that the accounting officer can in fact put in place. Now, I'm referring to that example to show you the type of insights we are now giving the accounting officers when it comes to some of their key projects. Now, as an audit office, we don't go and we select everything. We try at means to select 2 to 3 key projects depending on the size of the department. And we've looked at the key service delivery departments. So you'll see I even reflect on the outcomes of the key service delivery departments, where we've actually looked at some of their their projects. We give them the type of insight. So yes, we acknowledge what has been working, what has been implemented, and you must understand the audit comes from a post facto basis. So we come after the fact. Sometimes certain events do take place, and then we evaluate whether the accounting officer in fact took the necessary steps they ought to have taken, and we reflect on that. And obviously we know hindsight is obviously a perfect science sometimes, but what it does is it elevates for the accounting officer what we believe is the right behaviors that they've had, and if we see that there's room for improvement in terms of the actions that they've taken, we can elevate it for them, so that when this scenario is faced the second time or the next time, that they do consider our inputs when it comes to that. So that's ultimately the insight that we are trying to bring, rich insights to the table around the key service delivery departments. Influence is ultimately, once we've got these insights, we can have those really robust conversations with the accounting officers as to what we believe they should be driving. And you can see when I go to the outcomes in the Western Cape, we've got good financial management, we've got good controls around financial management. So you can see the conversations do fall quite a bit around the insights around predetermined objectives and compliance with laws and regulations. Then if auditors do not respond, that's the part where I talked about the material irregularity, where we do find that accounting officers do not do what they're supposed to have done. If in case they have incurred a financial loss or ultimately there's been some sort of other impact, we then can enforce in terms of our mandate. What we've also then couched as the audit office is what we believe is good behavior. So doing good public sector culture that is underpinned by this type of behavior. And you'll see the circle on the right-hand side talks about performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. So this is where we then plant the where you heard me talk about the root cause to be linked to a behavior. This is the behavior that we match those root causes to. So performance is obviously ultimately delivering on the legislated mandate of the entity, ultimately making sure that it is financially sustainable and also avoiding harm to the public or the public sector institutions. Accountability, I think we all can sit and have various definitions of accountability, but ultimately it's to do what you've been mandated to do, but then also reporting and providing answers on your mandated responsibilities to say that you fulfill the actions that you ought to have fulfilled, that the decisions are aligned to that, and if the things have not gone right, that there is clear consequence management around it. Transparency is the important bit about being a public sector institution, to say that you've provided public oversight, the auditors and other stakeholders, with timely, relevant and reliable information on institutions' finances, performance, use of resources and compliance with legislation, which is very key. And ultimately then institutional integrity, to say that you've implemented and maintained institutionalized controls to ensure leadership and officials behave ethically, comply with legislation and act in the best interest of the institution, avoiding conflict of interest. So we've workshopped these behaviors as well with our auditees, so that we all can be on the same page. Do these behaviors resonate with you, and ultimately is it something that you also strive to achieve? Very briefly, just the accountability ecosystem. This is both for the provincial government, as well as for local government, as well as for national government. So it's the view of what we see is the accountability ecosystem and the role players. So what we do believe is that even though we've got the culture shift strategy, we sort of know how we want to go about shifting the behavior in the culture in the public sector. We don't believe we can do it by ourselves. We believe that the accountability ecosystem members and each person has a role to play. It's either a legislated or mandated role that you have to play, or you have a moral obligation to make sure that you call to account. So each one needs to be able to pull their weight so that we can ultimately achieve it. So you'll see that when we do to influence, we do talk at every level of the accountability ecosystem, and we just don't only keep it at the accounting the auditee space. Okay, so shifting gear into a little bit more detail in terms of the overall audit outcomes of the Western Cape Provincial Government for the public finance management cycle ending 31 March 2024. You'll see that we've got a table that shows you The last row showing 2023-2024, which is the last year of the previous administration, you will see that we've had 18 clean audits, unqualified with no findings, and 2 audits that were unqualified with findings. And we've done a comparison to the previous year. So if you look at it in comparable to the previous year, there was an improvement, and that improvement was the small entity Westgrow, which managed to clear its issues around findings around compliance and then moved into the clean space. But we've also done a comparison to the first year of the administration, which shows you that we have had a slight improvement in the environment that's there, because we've increased by 1 clean audit. Overall, there are 2 new departments in the province. If you remember from the last year, we had the new Department of Infrastructure and the Department of Mobility. So ultimately, this then was the merger or transfer from the previous Departments of Human Settlements to the Department of Transport and Public Works. Previously, Human Settlements was financially unqualified with findings, and then the Department of Transport and Public Works were actually clean. And in the current year, the Department of Infrastructure is clean, and the Department of Mobility is financially unqualified with findings, meaning that the restructuring actually didn't impact the overall number of clean and financially unqualified auditees. If I can then talk about the 2 auditees that are sitting under financially unqualified with findings, as I mentioned, the one was Mobility. So Mobility had a finding on strategic planning and performance management. So it was ranked as a compliance finding in the auditor's report. The annual performance plan did not include expected outcomes, program outputs, indicators or measures, and targets of a program as required by the Treasury regulations. This related to Program 1 under administration, which did not contain any indicators. And this was the only compliance finding that the department had in their auditor's report. So again, it was a financially unqualified audit opinion on the financial statements. There was 1 compliance finding, and obviously it's sort of linked to the predetermined objectives. Education, then, the second department, had a finding on the completeness of the relevant indicators. This was what I mentioned, where they did not adopt some of the indicators from the MTSF space. And then they also had reliability findings. What we found then when it came to the completeness of the indicators, if I can give you a little bit more information. So the department contributes to and is responsible for the achievement of objectives linked to priorities outlined in the then revised medium-term strategic framework. However, some indicators to measure performance on these objectives were omitted from the approved plan, and consequently they were not planned for and they were not accounted for. The reason for not including that is that management was dependent on the education sector to develop technical indicator descriptions for inclusion and implementation in the annual performance plan. If you remember, I mentioned they also had reliability finding. So in the previous years, they had a few reliability findings. I think it was 2. We managed to resolve 1, but 1 continued to persist. Based on the audit evidence, the actual achievements for 2 indicators did not agree to what was reported. So we couldn't determine what the actual achievement was, and that we do believe that it could have been materially less. So consequently, the achievement against that target were lower than reported. So what we do believe, if you look at the overall outcomes of the province, is that this is underpinned by sound financial management, and you'll see I'll unpack the 3 focus areas a little bit more, just to concentrate on the financial outcomes. But what we also find is that there are good practices at a coordinating department level. So your coordinating departments of the Premier, Treasury, and local government continue with their oversight and support by promoting a culture of good governance through the corporate governance and review outlook process implemented in the past. So you may have heard of that they then support the processes leading up to the audit process. These ongoing support interventions played a very crucial role in sustaining the audit outcomes through the institution's budgetary control, monitoring monthly reports and enforcing financial and performance management principles, but this also includes compliance with laws and regulations. If I can then just maybe very briefly touch on the service delivery departments, you'll see that ultimately we've got the 4 that we've pegged in terms of service delivery: education, health, infrastructure, and mobility. And I've mentioned that education and mobility is the one that has got the findings that I've been through now. But ultimately, it's a good picture that we're looking at. It is something that you would say that they can fully account for all of their finances. They do have sound controls in the environment. And I guess the context of the findings that are sitting in those reports, I've given them to you so that you can hone in on exactly where the concern areas lie. The second one is just very briefly, I think, Hussein, you can skip this one so that we can rather go to the next one, which gives you a little bit more insight. So it was just to highlight the fact that ultimately quality of information that's being submitted for audit is very good. Financial statements are submitted to us free of material misstatements. So that means that it's 100%. There's no adjustments that the accounting officers had to do to their financial statements. In terms of performance reports also, this is a very good picture that you do see. So they do submit good quality performance reports to us. Obviously, in the case of mobility and in the case of education, they had those significant findings. They could not address them. So they could not adjust them. In the environment, it would be very tough for mobility to be able to put indicators and targets in a program that they did not plan to put. And secondly, education, we did struggle to get the information when it related to the other program. But we did have an instance where under community safety and local government, they had material findings in their audit, in their annual performance reports, and they managed to correct it, which ultimately gave them no findings in that space. I want to also just mention in terms of education, the target that we do believe had reliability issues was a target around the number of teachers trained in mathematics content and methodology. And the second one was number of teachers trained in language content and methodology. So those are the 2 ones that I believe will help the members to hone in on exactly where potentially the concern areas would lie. We do understand that the department has taken quite a bit of action so they can implement controls to try to report on those. Okay. Just very briefly, you can see in terms of the overall compliance, I mentioned mobility's finding. We pegged it in the compliance space because as required by the Treasury regulations, you've got to have indicators and targets for the program in terms of administration. If I can place it into context, mobility was under an agreement on being looked after by the Department of Infrastructure for a period of time, and this was during the transitional arrangement. So you must understand that mobility was a department only for a short period of time in which we audited. We do believe that this matter will be addressed in this current year, but the audit process has started, so we'll see when we are done with that process. Yeah? You can move on. Then ultimately, I'm very close to the end of my presentation, our call to action. So if you remember in the Public Finance Management Act general report that the AG released towards the end of last year, the message that we gave for the Western Cape provincial government was to continue leveraging the stable control environment and financial governance practices to have a better or greater impact on service delivery to the people of the province. And this is apt because it's on the basis that we're saying that you've managed to have sound financial management, you've got good foundation when it comes to the control environment, and that allows you to then focus on the relevant service delivery for the people. We do believe that we want to still continue activating the accountability ecosystem so that we can address some of the current realities. So our recommendation that was there for the provincial government was that the Department of the Premier to ensure portfolio committees' recommendations are in fact implemented in the annual performance plans for the respective departments. So we do know portfolio committees do review APPs before they are finalized. And if there are any recommendations that come out of it, that the Department of Premier's office allows for that closing of the loop. But ultimately for oversight, Honourable Chair, this would be helpful for the committee as well, for the portfolio committees to review the annual performance plan. Obviously, look at the timing that you do the review so that your inputs can be captured. So these are before they are finalized by the respective departments to effect required changes, and then reviews to be formalized in a report, so that if there are any action items, that those are formally documented, then thus allowing the Department of Premier to do what they need to. We had specific recommendations that we had made to the accounting officers and commitments that we received from the executive authorities as well, which we on a continuous basis follow up so that we can find improvement in those spaces. Lastly, we've gotten a QR code if you'd want to scan and get access to our general report. It is available on our website as well, and you're more than welcome to have a look at it, because quite a bit of this content and information is better unpacked. You can also see the view of the entire country in terms of key service delivery as well. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, AG. I'm going to ask members, is there any questions? I see Member Menon. Other members, questions? Member Menon, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. I've got a number of difficulties with this. The constitutional mandate of the Auditor General is very clear. We see how it is laid out. Now, it's very laudable to want to do good, but good is a very subjective term. And it allows, I'm concerned that it allows the Auditor General to step into the field of policy making and policy judgments when it comes to political decisions, which is not within the mandate. So I think one needs to address the issue of the Chapter 3, Section 41 mandate, and exactly, let me just page back to that. And exactly what that means. All organs of state must secure the well-being of the people of the Republic. I mean, I think that's the only constitutional space where one can find potential support for the Auditor General wanting to move into the policy space. But I'm deeply concerned that what we're seeing here is mission creep, that ultimately it's going to infringe on the separation of powers. And I particularly want to talk on slide 13, where SCOPA, we represent the Parliament, the oversight, okay, and the standing committees represent oversight. They are not the legislature. They are not the government. I mean, they are the legislature. They're not the government. They're not the executive. And it's a very important constitutional distinction between oversight of the legislature, of the executive, or of the government. And when it comes to reviewing the APPs in a timely manner before they are finalized, is placing the standing committees in the position of essentially being part of the government, which they aren't. So I'm deeply concerned that the unintended consequence of a very laudable initiative is to essentially confuse the separation of powers and to place the oversight function of the executive in an untenable, unconstitutional position, because it's expecting them to take up a role which is not theirs. And so constitutionally, I think there's a big risk here of mission creep, and I think that needs to be addressed, and I think we need to unpack it very comprehensively, Chair, before one looks at any kind of implementation, because I think it is deeply problematic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Masipa. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think Honourable van Minen kind of covered me. I was to also, support, to state what she stated. I come from the National Assembly in the 6th Parliament. We have never really been involved in terms of pre-annual report, presentation, engagement of review of the plans. But I think what we did quite well was that on a quarterly basis, when the departments are reporting to us, then obviously we highlight the issues that are of problematic nature that needs to be addressed by the respective department. and thereafter, at the annual report, then we really robustly engage on this matter. So I'm also just worried that at what stage do we really conduct an oversight, and how do you differentiate that oversight with really interference with the planning of the government, because there's a separation of power here that we definitely need to respect, as Phenomenon has indicated. Thank you, Chair. That's really my input.
Thank you. Member Lecker, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning again. Chairperson, I think let me first start by welcoming the presentation from the Office of the Auditor General. I am particularly concerned and wanting to gain more insight. We've finally come to a point where we're talking service delivery versus clean audit, and where I want to perhaps get assistance in regards to the proper tools in ensuring that we do what we're supposed to do. In the deliberations last year, we talked about this, and I want to understand when there's this thoughtful thinking that we must begin to engage with the APPs before anything gets to be finalized, because that's where we've been having problems as to who designs this APP and what are the predetermined factors to that. And I want to get an understanding, are there tools in place in enabling us to be able to do that? And as and when we do such, Chair, with the provision that would have been given if there are tools to do such, because there's always a first time to anything. And we've prided ourselves as WCPP to be initiators of some processes. So I want to get an understanding as to if those tools are present, what was the thoughtful thinking around it, and how can we as members be equipped in attending to such. Then lastly, Chair, I want to check just briefly with regards to the indicators in terms of the sectors. At what stage is that shared with the members, besides hearing that there were indicators and such has been attended to? Because we would want to understand what prompted to such a finding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Kondlo, I'm going to give Member Kondlo the last round, then the AG, and then if there's further questions, we'll go to the second round. Member Kondlo, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everybody. Thank you for the presentation. I'll just stick to two questions for this round, Chair. Chair, I just want to understand from the AG's perspective, how do you link the predetermined objectives that you at post facto have to audit versus policies and legislation? And I think this for me is very important, because I think it in a way is the other side of the coin of the very issue asked by Member Van Menen, because the truth of the matter here is that the audit must find a way of linking performance, not for its own sake, but performance to realize what government objectives, are set out to be. And those objectives are set out in the legislations, in the policies, and how programs speaks to those. So for me, it's important as to how do you make that particular link, because anything can go wrong from the legislation policy right up to the actual projects, which is why we find what we term at some point service delivery contestations, where people say, as government, you are saying this, but you are implementing something else. So it's important for me to understand what methodology are you utilizing in that regard. My apologies. The second one, Chair, is on the method of selection, because you sample this is what audit is about. And I struggle with this, AG, and I think you just need to assist me, because the qualification of the audit is on the basis of 1 or 2 programs that would have been sampled for that specific financial year. But the actual qualification is on the overall performance. So for me, as a layperson, I struggle with that, because here you are having a department with a various number of programs. And what you do, you select 1 or 2, and I'm not sure what tool or criteria do you use to actually select in that particular financial year, which is something that I would be interested to understand. But at the end, explain to me how, by sampling that 1 or 2, you then get to the conclusion of that particular qualification about the overall department. And I'm raising this because part of what we are sitting with, and I'm saying here in the different departments, but also if we look in the public discourse in some of the government programs or departments that have been audited, that the program that may not have been audited find itself in the public domain for corruption or other malfeasance. Now, a person asks, how is it possible that in that very year that particular malfeasance is being identified and some even taken to court, there was actually a clean audit of that very institution of government? So for me, this is one thing that is actually difficult to understand. So if you can just clarify to me how that particular relationship makes us, to have confidence on the actual audit process based on your sampling, because you are only sampling 1 or 2, you are not sampling all the programs. So that is why when we are discussing audit, you would always tell us that, we must reduce ourselves on what you have audited, and then everything else that you have not audited is not part of the conversation of the audit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to have the AG to reply to those, and then I'll ask, I know Member Mabombo's next, and then we'll take the round. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, honourable members, for the questions and the comments. To start off with our constitutional mandate and what we are doing in terms of culture shift strategy, I have not at any point in time moved away from what our mandate is asking us to do. So all that we are doing is still auditing. We're still utilizing the audit space for us to be able to say, ultimately, the mandate is to audit the financial statements, for us to look at the reliability and usefulness of predetermined objectives. And you'd agree with me that these two are interconnected, because if there's finances that need to be utilized, the budget that needs to be utilized, it's been pegged against your programs that have been set and have been planned for. So even if I test expenditure when it comes to the financial statements, I can get insight into, if I were to link it to a project or a program, I can get insight into that. But what it tells me is it gives me sound financial controls, and it gives me confirmation that if I said I spent 1 rand for that project, that in fact I can confirm that that 1 rand was for the project, because I would have checked it to supporting information. What the point I'm trying to say is that we are not coming into the policy space. We are not trying to infringe into political decisions that are being made or policies that has been made. What we are saying is that we're utilizing our mandate as auditors to be ultimately provide the insight of what's happening in the space that we're auditing, provide you with the type of information that is going to allow you to sustainably implement adequate controls to be able to sustainably have a sustainable control environment. Now, with that, we've said is in order for us to be able to have something to shift in a direction that we would want it to. So the preface was that we've always issued recommendations. People always understood our recommendations and understood what needs to be done to correct the environment when we issued recommendations. But we found that that was not being done. And yes, if it was being done, it was either something that was of short term or short-lived. So what we said, it is going to be important for us to be able to peg it to whether this is a leadership action, whether this is an operational action, or whether this is a mere compliance action. We've even gone to the extent to say other assurance providers in the environment, such as your internal audit, your audit committee, are we actually driving that action happens at the right space? So if you find that we've issued a recommendation and there is a cause behind it, there is a root cause behind that recommendation, for us it is important to be able to attach that to a behavior ultimately. Now for us to attach it to the behavior, we're now not only talking about that process that needs to be followed within that department or the policy that they've adopted for, say, for instance, for supply chain management, not policy at a political level, not policy at a government level. We're saying the policy that they've adopted at the auditee level to be able to run the supply chain management of that department, that we can then talk to that whether in fact that is driving the right behavior. And if it's attached to a level of that you will be performing what you ought to be performing in terms of your mandate, that you will ultimately be reporting what is needed to be reported in terms of your mandate. And ultimately, it maintains institutional integrity so that there is a level of, that there is no conflict in the environment, that the level is ethical in terms of that environment. And I think that's where we are driving it from. We are not saying that we've completely changing our hats as the auditors. We are still the auditors. Our mandate has not changed. We've just sat down and we looked at how can this audit tool be better utilized for us to be able to deliver the messages. And you must understand we've been delivering our recommendations for years, and we see that nothing really has been done, and we said we do need to change the direction from which we are engaging on in terms of our recommendations. To Member Masilo on the annual report reviews, or sorry, on the APP reviews, and how you've mentioned that they, on a quarterly basis, there's robust engagement. And I take the comment of Honourable Member Mignon and Masilo on the timing, Masipa, sorry, on the timing of the reviews, and that it could potentially not be possible to do it in advance. I think the important bit is to have the robustness of the conversations and to be able to see whether there is some level of input that needs to be done. Yes, those that have been mandated to fulfill their responsibility to the point where the APP is then finalized is also very critical, and that we do agree that you should not be creeping into their space. I think what is important for us is to say that ultimately sometimes the conversations happen too late in the process when, say, the annual performance report is being discussed, and that certain actions could have been taken by either the executive authority or by the accounting officer. So the important bit is that the conversations do happen at that point. If it happens at that point in time, that it happens also with the future in sight and not just with the hindsight. And we think would want to maybe recommend that it happens with that in sight. The one about obtaining insights on the service delivery versus the clean audits, and about the tools that are in the space, Honourable Lecker, about that. I think what's going to be important is that as oversight, it is going to be very important that you understand when you have those robust conversations with the executive authorities, we do believe that the tools that are in place is almost follow-up mechanisms to identify whether there are challenges in the system and understand how they're dealing with the challenges in the system, for them to be able to also come back to you to say this is what they've done with certain recommendations that the oversight structures have ultimately given them. What we are grappling with at the audit office is for us to be able to say, when we ask that oversight has ultimately happened, and then we want to see the results of what oversight has given us, it's really we've really debated the part about what can be asked by oversight and ultimately what can be implemented. We do believe that follow-up of resolutions, understanding what is sitting in the environment, ensuring that you do have a work plan in place to maybe perhaps for the key service delivery departments to see how they ultimately fulfilling their responsibility will allow you to be able to then, match up what you see when you see a clean audit versus what they've achieved in terms of service delivery. But my colleagues can also help me on that one there. The indicators in terms of the sector, it will be good to also ask the department to unpack it, but when we did the audit, what we identified was that the education sector indicators that were provided did not come with technical indicator descriptors. And these technical indicator descriptors clearly define what would be the information that you would need to gather. It would be clearly defined how you would actually implement this, this indicator. And ultimately what system you would have to have in place to then gather that type of information. So implementation as well as gathering. What we found in the Department of Education in the Western Cape, that these indicators did not come with the technical indicator descriptors, so their systems and processes were actually not geared to be able to implement or even gather the information to identify whether in fact they've implemented and they've had impact. So that's where we identified it as a root cause. I think ultimately it is then up to the executive authority and the accounting officer to sit down with the indicators that come from a sector perspective, workshop it with the national department, see what is required from there, and then prepare their own technical indicator descriptors so that you can bring it out. I think there was a handful, there was about 8 or 9 indicators that were not implemented. Around predetermined objectives from Honourable Member Kontlo, around and policy and legislation and the linking of the two and the government objectives. So how we look at it is we still do it from an audit perspective, and correctly so we look at our audit is risk-based. And the same risk-based standards are applied when we are auditing predetermined objectives. However, our starting point is for us to look at the mandate of the institution and the department that we are auditing and see whether the objectives are aligned to the mandate in the institution. We do a consistency check amongst all of the departments across the country to identify the programs. So we check whether they have the same programs. We see that they've got the sector indicators therein, and we see what they've got in terms of their specific requirements. We do a further check to see that whatever's been planned at the MTSF level, whatever's been planned at the NDP level, and your SDGs are in fact to some extent linked to the programs that have been put down. But we don't pronounce on it. We don't say anything about it. It's part of our test just to check completeness of indicators and targets. That's basically what we do. And correctly so. So our work is done on a specific program that we've selected. What we do is we check whether the program has adequately been allocated a budget. We check whether the program in fact is directly aligned to the mandate of the department. Once we identify this directly aligned to the mandate of the department, one of the other considerations we have is whether it will have an impact on the ability for the department to fulfill their mandate. And we see the type of budget that's been allocated to it, and then we do a selection based on that. And yes, we do then test 1 or 2 or 3 programs of the department. So it just depends which ones we've selected. We select at a organizational level. So you will find that, for example, a Department of Health, we've chosen to select specific programs across the board. And then we will have maybe a residual one if we do find that it is going to help the accounting officer and oversight understand and legislature understand if there are any issues in there. When we we don't issue an opinion on performance information in our auditor's report. We only elevate significant findings that we've identified in the programs that we've selected to the auditor's report. So you'll see that we specifically say that we've tested this program and we had reliability finding on this program related to this specific indicator, and this is basically the reason why. In our auditor's report, we factually report on that matter, and you'll see that we've got something called an internal control deficiency that appears at the end of the report, which directly it tells the user of our report that this is the reason why it happened. So if you were to pick up mobility's report or you pick up education department's report, it will clearly indicate to you why those MTSF targets were not in there. It will clearly indicate to you why they had reliability issues. It will appear in that internal control deficiency area. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I'm going to ask if there's follow-ups on those questions, because I know there's some follow-ups, and then I'm going to go to the next one. Just for clarity, follow-ups. Member Vermeulen, and then Member Sipa, Member Kundla. In that order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question on separation of powers for the APPs has not been answered. And I also hope this is considered a follow-up. If it's not, I can wait. I'm just concerned that one's now seeing this mission creep, but quite frankly, you know, the Auditor General also admitted that they've never issued a certificate of debt. Now, the law was changed the legislation was changed in 2018. And I mean, material irregularities for 22-23 were 14.34 billion across the country. Now, I sat in Scopa in National Assembly, and we have again and again and again asked the question why certificates of debt are not issued. This is an enforcement that does not appear to be used at all and hasn't been used for the last term. And yet at the same time, we're seeing this desire to now expand into other areas, into government policy areas. And I'm just concerned that it's very much a case of ignoring the tools they do have in their toolbox and not actually using them, and instead rather trying to move into spaces that, with the greatest respect, I really don't believe are constitutional. Thank you.
Member Masipa?
Chair, I think Honorable Van Minen seems to be watching my notes here. So she has taken all my words, but yeah, I think she's covered me, because I wanted to also really ask the question of separation of powers. It's not really answered properly. Yeah, I think if we can really get clarity around that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Member Kondla. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the response. I think I appreciate the response from the AG. The only thing I think missing for me is just to indicate the measurement that you use, you know, because as you say, you only speak to that specific program. And I think if you recall, my question was, then help me as a member to understand the qualification, because at the end, based on those two programs, which, as you say, is what you give an opinion on, you would make your judgment. But for me, I was interested is, how do you select those one or two programs? You know, is there something that you utilize to arrive at that yearly, you know, as you would do, and in the link between high-level organizational target setting and all of that, is there a tool, or is that something that is given as a function of the person that is doing the audit? They make the choice, you know, of making that particular link between, you know, what is in the national policy, what is the mandate of the program. Is there something, a tool that we can be able to see that would utilize ourselves to satisfy that, you know, that linkage makes sense from where you are sitting as the AG? Thanks.
Before you answer, just the problem of the premium is, Ismail, just want to give her input. Over to you for your input. You want to give her input?
Is it fine? May I?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not part of, but from the question to the AG, and as part of where we are now, and I know this is a reflective session, and just in terms of preventative risk, I'm asking that the medium-term development plan from national, it has not been finalized. It ought to be finalized on the 20s at the National Cabinet on the 26th of February. And the future SPs and departmental APPs are due the third draft on the 14th of February, and then a final draft on the 4th of March. So assessments, first draft, second draft, third draft, SPs and APP assessment have been done. Any guidance from the AG in terms of perhaps your own knowledge with DPME in terms of the synchronization of time? Because the medium-term development plan, as it stands, it's not necessary that those indicators will land in the SP and APP. It is where the departments must actually develop indicators to respond and give meaning on an operational level, to give effect to that development focus indicators in the medium-term development plan. Thanks.
Thank you very much. AJ?
Thank you, Chairperson. Perhaps I can attempt to answer the member's question on the separation of powers. I don't think the intention of the Auditor General is to infringe on the separation of powers as a start. I think what we are trying to do is to encourage, oversight committees to strengthen their oversight over the service delivery aspects of the executive. That's what we're trying to do. And that includes your annual performance reports, your annual performance plans, because that is the start of the process of actually delivering on the mandate of a particular department, etc., etc. So if we can catch, in terms of the oversight process, if we can catch the lack in service delivery and ensure, as Sangeeta has previously indicated, that we are actually delivering on a complete, on the completeness of services. In other words, what the legislation requires of that particular department to ensure that, in fact, we are delivering in all the areas that this department is actually supposed to deliver. If we can encourage oversight committees to strengthen their oversight over that process in terms of ensuring that service delivery are actually done in terms of the mandate of that particular department, and that is what we're encouraging, that will impact ultimately the lived realities of citizens on the ground. Because for me, it is, or for us as an audit office, it's all about working together to ultimately impact the lives of the citizens in terms of every role player in the accountability ecosystem. So that's not the case where we want to infringe on policy making, where we want to infringe on the role of the executive. It's encouraging, portfolio committees to strengthen their oversight over departments and, the executive in terms of the service delivery mandate that ultimately impacts the life of the citizens. And that is where we're coming from in terms of, because we know that there's always complaints, like, for example, saying that clean audits cannot be eaten, clean audits, doesn't result in service delivery. We hear all of that, and we know, we do understand that, but we're also encouraging the other role players in the accountability ecosystem to help us to improve, from an audit perspective, the impact on the lives of the citizens. So it's not about trying to, we understand the mandate of the legislator, we understand the mandate of the executive, and we understand where we are coming from as an audit office, but we want to use our audit as a tool to also play a meaningful role in impacting the citizens' lives. And if it's to encourage portfolio committees and oversight committees to improve that oversight, that is the way we would want to go with that. The other thing I just wanted to also add to is in terms of service delivery. I think Member Lekker asked the question around that. I think there also critically is to hold the executive accountable to their mandate. That's critically important. And you were asking about the tools that is necessary. Obviously, members would have a great idea of the needs of the citizens on the ground. And that is where I think it starts for me and for our audit office. What is the needs of the citizens on the ground? And then you obviously need to move and see how is the department or the executive planning to fulfill the needs. And that goes into that planning process of, for example, planning, putting down your indicators, attaching a target to that indicators and attaching a budget to it. And to see if that, from your understanding of that particular department or the mandate of that particular institution, whether they are actually fulfilling that. on the needs. Is that APP talking to the needs of the citizens on the ground? Is it sufficiently talking with the resources that is at the behest of the department? Is it sufficiently talking to the needs of the citizens on the ground? And that speaks to the efficiency and effectiveness of the applications of the resources that that particular department or entity has at its disposal. So those are the kinds of things that we encourage committees, oversight committees, portfolio committees, scopers to think of when they do their oversight work in terms of your annual performance reporting process. Thank you.
Okay.
We just attempt some of the other questions as well. So the one specifically around our enforcement tool as well, and agreed, the member did say that we do not have a certificate of debt at this point in time, but we do have various material irregularities that are sitting in the environment in the countrywide, which ultimately is calling to action those responsible to do what they're supposed to have done. Now, the material irregularity tool in its formation is a tool that literally is a reminder to the accounting officer that you have not done what you've been legislated to do. And in that, if a material irregularity has been issued, it means that the accounting office has failed to do what they're supposed to have done. It means that ultimately the executive authority has failed to hold account the accounting officer of what they're supposed to have done in terms of legislation. So that's what the tool is ultimately is. If we get to a point where a certificate of debt has to be issued, it means that ultimately the entire accountability ecosystem has failed, including oversight, have failed to do what they're supposed to have ultimately done. So where we are at now is we do have many that are sitting in remedial action, remedial binding action, which is, as I've mentioned, a legal process where you are calling on both the accounting officer and the executive authority to do what they're supposed to ultimately have been done, and it becomes a legalized process. So I think from that perspective, I don't think that we're not utilizing the tool. We have a big amount of material irregularities in the system. There have been many that have been issued to public bodies that they do further investigations, and from there you will see that there's a level of consequence management that has been implemented. Furthermore, if you look at the tool itself, when we then started implementing the material irregularity tool, what it also did is it drove the right behavior in the space of accounting officers and accounting authorities, because they do know that in fact we will then issue a MI if they do not do what they're supposed to have done. So that we also saw as a positive, to say that in some spaces we've seen that in fact when we start evaluating certain findings and we're saying we're evaluating this finding for a material irregularity, we're going to check whether there's been a material breach of your fiduciary duty, or we're going to look at whether there's been a significant financial loss. The accounting officers are doing what they're supposed to have done. They do an investigation. They identify what weaknesses have been in their control environment and in their processes. They go and they check whether, in fact, the results of the investigation pinpoint to individuals, pinpoint to processes, pinpoint to committees, and then they take the necessary consequence management, which is what the material irregularity recommendations and remedial actions are generally about. Go and correct your environment so this does not happen again, and hold to account those that in fact caused this lapse in control in the environment, which has ultimately created a loss in the system. And if it's a financial loss, the intention is that as an accounting officer, you need to go recover that financial loss. So what we've seen is that it drives the right behavior. And where you find material irregularities happening, you find that those that have been charged with their legislative responsibility are in fact not fulfilling their legislative responsibility. So I thought I covered that one. And then back to the measurement and the tool that we utilize. At an organizational level, we do check what is very closely linked, what is linked to the mandate. So which programs are directly linked to the fulfillment of the mandate of the department. And we take a firm level decision that those programs will be scoped into our work that we've done. So there's no specific tool. It is a number of questions that we ask ourselves from a scoping perspective. We also look at whether there is any significant national or community interest in that, in some of the measurements and indicators and targets that sit in specific programs, and that which has the greatest budget allocated in the department. So the department would have allocated a budget to the program. We look at that. And then ultimately, if the output of that would significantly enhance the public, so it would be that they would have ultimately fulfilled their mandate, that's when we scope in those programs, specific programs. So I think from our perspective, it's a qualitative consideration as well as a budget, the one which has been allocated the most and the largest amount of budget. From a spread perspective, we generally do not only choose one. For key service delivery departments, you don't always only choose one. We choose maybe your top 3. So sometimes we do look at aspects such as your those ones that have been given more budget. From a holistic perspective, we then would cover significant more than 50% of the budget that's been allocated from the program. When we then give our findings, once again, we don't issue an opinion on predetermined objectives. So we don't issue an opinion on the report on predetermined objectives. We look at 2 things. We look at usefulness of the indicators and targets that have been set, and usefulness is tested against the framework on planning and reporting on performance information. So we look at the SMART principles, we look at whether it's measurable and those kind of things, and ultimately we look at the reliability. And what reliability means is that if I've got an APR in front of me, it's got an indicator, it's got a target, and it's got an actual, we go and check whether that actual is supported by evidence, that there is evidence in the system, and yes, it's done on a sample basis. And then we go and check the completeness of that information, and we do check whether the schedules all tie up to ultimately what's been reported. So we check then, when we talk about reliability, we then telling the public, in fact, you can rely on that program that we've tested, that the number that is sitting there as 100 is adequately supported, it is in fact accurate, and we do believe it's complete. So that's where our reliability test comes in. So that's the 2 tests that we do now. And as I've mentioned, we're now looking at completeness of indicators and targets, and it comes from the perspective that you do have sector indicators and targets that you've got to adopt, and we check whether in fact you've adopted it, and for us that's a level of completeness check that we are undergoing.
Thank you. The next round, we're going to go to the next round of questions. I know Member Mabombo's first. Okay, Member Mabombo, you go first.
Thank you for the presentation. Just firstly to acknowledge and probably also congratulate the departments, because it's not easy for the compliance. The energy that is being put on trying to make sure you comply is at the expense of actually doing the actual work related to implementation of the commitments, because it means the whole of the senior management, they have to do this ongoing throughout. I'm making an example from health. Congratulations that again it has got a clean audit for health. For example, for health, one of the frustration, it was about with the AG, we're not talking the same language. We felt that probably they don't understand what we are trying to do. But after reflections, when we ended up, like I'll have maybe monthly meetings with the AG and also with the internal auditing committee, it's about actually it should be us who need to tackle some of the indicators ourselves as a sector, not only as the department, but also as the sector. Just to make it an example, when you used to get these unqualified audits, not clean, things like how many women who will have completed the 40 weeks in terms of attending antenatal care. So the AG was looking in terms of when they go, because I think it's probably still the same, where you'll target like the district health services programs, the emergency programs, and so forth. So the AG was looking in terms of that with all the antenatal, with the data that you have presented. Some women, they did attend antenatal care, but they delivered 37, 38 weeks. And then for us, we used to say, but it's still a baby, does it matter that you delivered 37 weeks and 40 weeks? But they say it's you who put it up. It's yourselves who said this is the objective you want. So we are evaluating you on the basis of what you said. So what we did was about, also when you look at it, it was about the threshold. I think remember Gondlo, some of the questions, the threshold in regard to if you have reached a certain threshold of doing the same things, these materials, these findings, and then it reaches the higher threshold. That's when now it triggers a finding. Whereas it might be 2 or 3, you'll find that, okay, we find that these women, 37 weeks, fine is fine. So the point that I'm trying to make is that I can understand when we seem as if we're attacking you or the government is attacking you, but in most instances it's about it's not you who bring these indicators. It's about what we're submitting. So the sector needs to reflect and see in terms of the department, what is it that they need to be evaluated on. Now it comes to the second question. The 2 departments with unqualified with findings, specifically for mobility. Mobility, when it was part of public works, if you look in terms of your sampling, specifically on that part of the transport, there was never any. Public works used to have actually clean audit, inclusive of mobility and the infrastructure. So what is happening is still the same department, but they are getting these findings. And when I look at it, it says the mobility is a material non-compliance related to strat plan and performance management. Exactly what is it that we can be able to assist them with? Yes, it's a new department. The infrastructure one, you might argue and say that it's new, but it's a combination of the clean audit of public works that used to be there and the housing that used also to have a clean audit. So it means that there's still that has been happening. But this one, that comes from the public works, yet some of the PDOs that you evaluated them then, they rendered them clean, but now they are not. So I'm not sure whether it's related when it says strat plan. Probably if you can dwell more around that, so that how we can be able to engage with them. Because as I'm saying, it's not only new, but also there's been, like, I'm not sure whether they've appointed, it has been having an acting and HOD. So we need to be able to engage them without necessarily being punitive as us people who have to do the oversight. What are the specifics? Because some of us, without necessarily crossing the lines, like as a legislator versus the government. But as I'm saying that I've been in health, so I'm the one who introduced the clean audits, the only department of health in the whole of the country that has ever had a clean audit. So that's why I'm saying that how we can be able to help them in this regard. And then the other part that my colleagues have raised, probably let me paint a picture how it works. Dr. Zenit, yes, Zenit, yes, has also alluded to in terms of what's the process. So categorically, it does make sense for us to make an input before the APP is finalized, because even if they come and present, they won't change it. It's already signed. It's a shiny document. It's signed, but you can't do anything about it. So even if you say, why you have page 5, and then you start analyzing the preamble from the executive, from the HOD, it won't change. There's nothing is going to change. It's going to remain like that. And then we come later after a year, there's an APR. The APR, everything has already happened. Normally, they all present the APR to the government after, I'm not talking about the quarterly, I'm talking the whole APR. It will be about two months or 2 quarters after the year has passed. And then it's only then we say, why did you? For me as an executive, I used to be more quiet during the APR because there's nothing you can do. So the point, that recommendation that we need to make an input into the APP, categorically it makes sense. However, besides what Doctor has just mentioned, the process is about once the department is drafting the APP, it goes to, before it even goes to the premier, but there's a whole lot of the processes and also being influenced, like now at the national level. The finances there, there's been maybe even a completion related to the conditional grants and all of those that will influence what you're going to put it there. But by the time it goes to the premier, to sign it off. That's when now the department will be able to have a letter that goes to the Speaker. Dear Speaker, and then then the executive of the HOD signs it, that this is a completed whatever. So if now you have an input in the draft, there is no mechanism that the department can be able to use to send a draft to the Speaker. Because how do you send a draft to another arm? Because you're another arm. I can't, even if I'm going to do a presentation or whatever, let's say I'm going to have a lecture, I cannot send a draft to the student and say, just have a look, or draft to that whatever place, have a look. I want them to send the final thing. So there's no mechanism where the department can send a draft to the Speaker, because it must first go via the Speaker, so that now it goes to the committees. So that's where the one of the problem is. Also, it must have been vetted at the Premier's level before even the department has sent that. So there's no mechanism for that part of it. So you need to look around that. And then lastly, which is it's just general, the accounts, the association, or the Association of Public Accounts Committees, not only in South Africa, not only in the SADC, in the region, but also across in Africa, which we are a member of. And in all of the conferences that I've attended, there's always been an AG, even from here, South Africa. So there's been part of the resolutions and recommendations. It was about now we need to move from the financial report standards, the IFRS, towards the IPSAS, which is the public sector account standards. What is your view about that? And also, when do you think that will be happening? I'm aware in terms of where you have taken one of the entities, public entities, to court. You won the case because they wanted to stick to the IPSAS, which is not necessarily at this stage has been vetted. But when will it be? Because this year we're still going to meet again at the conference. We're still going to endorse the same thing together with the AGs across the Africa. But we're still doing more or less the same thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Boyson. And then Member Peters, was your hand up, Member Peters? So Member Boyson, and then you, Member Peters.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to hop on what Member Mbombo have touched on. She's a professor in this, so I want to put it in layman's terms for me to understand it. Member Mbombo, in fact, the issue you raised on clean orders is not just in the country, it's on the continent, that health is the only department with a clean audit on the whole continent. But to come back, Chairperson, I want to touch on the draft APPs. We do understand that the AG have advised that we as standing committees should engage with the departments on their draft APPs before it is finalized. We embarked on that process. It caused a shockwave. It caused a total shockwave. The departments could not understand it, and the way how I understood the departments in their kind of confused state on why do we want them to come and, table their draft APPs in front of us, etc., because we have set dates as committees. So we then call the departments to come and report on any matter. And in this instance, we wanted them to come with their draft APPs. They then had the sense that we're putting the cart in front of the horses. We can only engage on what they table to us. We can't come and say, can you guys come with your bag of potatoes? We want to see how many potatoes are in the bags. They told us that that is not how it's done, because they're still busy, collecting the potatoes. So we're putting the cart in front of the horses, and as Member Mbombo have said, by the time they table it, it's already glossy paper. So we're not going to change that glossy paper. And it would be notes taken probably in the next round. They would then, make amendments, whatever. Now I'm raising this for us as chairpersons of these committees, because we've already had a blockage, and I can foresee that is going to continue because they do not understand the methodology, the new methodology, on why do we want to see that. And in fact, we are acting on your advice, and we do see that as reasonable, but it's a matter of they are not used to do it this way, and we are not used to do it that way. So if we can then just get leeway in terms of AG, now that you've made this recommendation, how do we streamline it? Because we're going to have this pushback, and you will have findings in your next round of dealing with the books and say that you have indicated that is how it should be done, and in your test you'll find that we did not do it that way. So how do we balance that? Thank you, Chair.
Member Petrus.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to say that on page 13, on the recommendations, that I am in full support of that recommendations. That reminds us of our duty to do our oversight role, and I think we must adopt that recommendations and work on it. I'm in full support of that.
Member Kodlo.
Thank you, Chair. My last three questions. The first one is I just want to understand from the AG, is there a law that prohibits us as the legislature to get access to management letters, either through you, audit committees, or the departments? That's the first one. The second one is that how do you, as the AG, deal with the conflict or conflict on interpretation, actually, which between yourselves as the AG and the relevant auditees? I think we had cases here in the province. I think for almost 2 financial years, the Department of Agriculture could not present. And actually, in the issue of conflict of interest, we had a situation where the executive was holding us at ransom in doing our work of oversight, because at the time they had a conflict of interpretation between the AG and yourselves, which I think for me, it's a serious indictment on democracy when we are unable to do our job because the executive is still having a difference, of opinion between yourselves. So I'm interested in that issue. And the other side of that conflict, actually, if you could explain to me, how do you manage also potential conflict of interest between yourselves and auditees, where at times, one can pick up what is termed, I think, in the public, javelin, because one of the things one has observed is that some of your members gets to be recruited to the very department that they've been oversighting, and that actually can compromise, the image and the integrity of the AG. And my last one, I think, is on your response that you have sent to us regarding the matter of the issue of impact on service delivery. In 2023-24 annual reports and the 2024-25, you as the AG started bringing in a opinion, and I'm going to say an opinion in the lack of a better English, in your presentation that speaks about impact on service delivery. It was not us as COPA, we never asked you to do so, but that was from the AG, where you would put where there has been non-performance of specific targets by departments, you would then relate and such impact on service delivery. So in the last discussion on the audits of the department, when we ask the question, and for me, the question is always about the tool that you are using, because I do not want to rely on the discretion of your members nor of the departments. I want to be able, on my own, to say these are the guidelines, or this is a scoping framework of the AG, that satisfied this and this and this and this. So we're asking this question about what you now would say this is an impact on service delivery, this is not, So I'm asking this because in your response, I think in the letter that you sent to us, you once again said that matter is the matter of the executive. And I'm not understanding how are you saying so, because this is something that emanated on your side and you brought it to us, and now when we are starting to ask the question about it, now you are saying no, it must go back to the very departments. So I think this is also, I think, something that I'm trying to understand, because I would have thought when you started it, also it had to do with what non-verbal communication actually sometimes gives away a lot of information, Chairperson, because I think we are the people who always complain about, impact of service delivery versus clean audits. Because I saw the colleague from AG, when he was speaking about that, he actually looked on this side and pointed at me. And I said, I think I've traumatized him so much that when he thinks about that question, he looks at this side of the table. So that is the question I just want to understand from the AG. Thank you, Chair.
Masepa, now opportunity. But before you go, we are heading for 25 to 11, and I think I put myself till 11 o'clock for both to be done, because then we're going to take a break, and our time is up at 12 o'clock. So I'm going to give Member Sipa the last opportunity, and then give you the answer, and then we're going to go over to the Audit Committee. Just to say this, before you answer, Member, the rules of Provincial Parliament also sets out Scopa's Public Accounts Committee's powers and functions. And it says we must examine financial statements, audit reports, and reports from the AG. So this is our powers and functions. We don't get involved. We're different to other committees. We're different to other committees. So I think we must treat this differently as Scopa, because our mandate is put in the rules, section 101, and that is how we operate. So we work in that parameter. So if you can just elaborate. But I think portfolio committees is different to Scopa, and we must have that distinction, because otherwise we're going to, like she says, infringe on their what they're supposed to do as committees, and they infringing on us. So we must have that clear distinction that we have a job to do, but we must examine financial statements, and as it says, also reports issued by the Auditor General and so on. So I think we, as committee, we must just be very cognizant of what our powers and functions are according to standard rules. Thank you, Member Masipa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I really welcome the recommendation from you, the Auditor General, that you are asking us to be robust, and we are robust already. And I think the question that was asked was, aren't you seeing this that you are recommending as, infringement into, the role of the government? And you say that in your answer, you have recommended, you made an opinion, but obviously this opinion has been kind of carried out, like Honorable Boyson has indicated. The question is, and I think if I listen to what you said it's probably one of the mechanisms that can be used to hold the executive to account robustly. Remember, our duty is basically to hold the executive account and to ensure the transparency in terms of how they are delivering the services. But for us to be in the same room, planning and really kind of guiding them, where then are we starting now to account? We become the ref and then we become the player at the same time. It's not going to work. So I think we just want to get the clear indications from the Auditor General around this. And sorry that we are hijacking this meeting for our own issues, because I know this is a scope, but I think it's a very important deliberations that we need to have. We need to walk out here clear as to really, aren't you seeing this as, we're not separating the powers. We're going to be the ref and the players. At one stage I was, working at the land bank, And I was really this guy that was really engaging with the farmers. And I realized that, you know what, I'm becoming now a consultant. And at the same time, I have to underwrite this thing. It's not going to work. I sit with a farmer and I say, look, you know, I think the statement, yeah, your numbers are not correct. And you go correct. And when he comes back, he expects me to approve. So it's not going to work. I'm sorry, Chair, that I'm getting too excited about this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to give opportunity, and then we're going to ask the AG then to close, answer all the questions, because members, I'm aware of the time. Member Peters, over to you. No, I'm giving you. They're going to wrap up.
Answer first.
Answer, member. AG, continue.
Chair, I think we really do appreciate, you know, the concern that the member has. I think what our intention as an office is ultimately that impact on the citizen. And I know there is a separation of powers. The Constitution is 100% of that. But I think what we need to do, perhaps, Chairperson, is for us just to take the concerns of SCOPA and the members on the portfolio committees to go back to our office, and then just to properly deliberate and see, you know, is what we are recommending in line with the law and the Constitution, and to make just 100% sure of that, because for us it is ultimately about the lives of the citizens and to ensure that the needs of the citizens are actually adhered to. And the accountability ecosystem that we displayed has a significant role for each role player, which the legislature is a key role player of that. And we want to just, from an audit office perspective, contribute towards encouraging portfolio committees and SCOPAs to increase the robustness of the oversight, because what we have seen on the ground is that, for example, you have monies being spent, reporting is being done, but the citizen on the ground just doesn't feel the impact, and that is our challenge that we're sitting with. And then we go to the media, or we go to the legislature, or we go to SCOAC, and the question gets asked, Auditor General, what are you doing about the service delivery impact to the citizen on the ground? So this strategy that we are using, that is currently in force within our office, is attempting to impact and move the realities of South African citizens to a better place. And that, I think, is the ultimate goal that the Constitution also wants. I think that is, but we'll go back, I think, to just elaborate on the fact that we in terms of the separation of powers, to just have to think about it a little bit more, and maybe in the next round of SCOPA to come, with more explanation around that whole matter. Thanks, Chair.
Member, okay, I want to cut it. Member Petrus, you, and then Member Van Wyk. Then I'm done. Just like you said now, I mean, on the onset, Member Van Mynen gave that picture. And I think it's very, what is the word, in taking in good spirits, that you say, listen, we'll go back, deliberate, and come back to you, and then we will then have another date and another engagement with you to say this is the way forward. Because, the members, we want to do proper oversight. There's no problem. We want to be robust. There's no problem. But it's infringing in departments or the executive that we don't have, and that is the red light that members saw. So thank you, AG, for that. We will then call for another date to engage you, and maybe we can. But this is this is working together to make sure that the citizens benefit at the end of the day. That is our objective. But we must do it in our lane, not going to somebody else's lane. That is the big thing. Member Petrus, and then Member Van Wyk, and then I'm going to give the AG a last opportunity. Then we're done. Members, then we're done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. From my side, I can't see anything wrong for that recommendation. That's our duty. We must do that. We are elected to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I support that recommendations fully.
Thank you, Member Van Wyk.
Thanks, Chair. I've been sitting contemplating for most of the morning on the comments that have been made. I think while we are very clear in terms of that service delivery experience that citizens must get, I think what we've got to realize quite clearly that expectation of citizens is well above the level of services that we are able to provide, because the funding simply is not there. And you're living in an environment where we're now approaching a budget where I think there must be huge uncertainty within the departments, within executive authorities, as to what the scope of increase on that budget is going to be, counterbalanced. And Education Department is one specific department where there is the massive impact of the increase in salaries, which is above inflation and is likely to probably be above the overall budgetary increase that is going to be made available to large departments like education and like health, who are highly dependent on compensation to employees. And each time that takes place, it creates a negative impact on that level of services that you can actually provide. And that is going to make it more difficult each year as we progress. At the same time, if you look at the Education Department, they are trying alternative and new approaches to try and improve that level of service experience. Now, whether that in fact gets measured in the overall judgment that gets taken place, and I'm thinking of, the rapid school build type of exercise, the back on track type of programs, additional programs that are delivered, and additional burdens in terms that those departments carry in terms of learner transport, in terms of nutritional school feeding exercises and what needs to be undertaken. So you sit with a very, very difficult position, and you run out of time in terms of your APP preparation, in terms of the deadlines of where one is. So it makes it extremely difficult, even if a portfolio committee was able to provide that additional level of input. So I just thought I'd add that into the mix.
Thank you, AG. I'm going to give you opportunity just to conclude, and then we're done with the AG. Thank you very much, members.
All right. No, thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable members. So I'm looking at my list, and it's quite a long list still, but I think I'll try very quickly to summarize. I know there was some around the details behind mobility and wanting to understand how that when we transitioned from human settlements into infrastructure, it got a clean versus mobility being carved out from a clean. I think ultimately what had happened was there was a transitional arrangement that was in place when mobility was when mobility had officially legally commenced on the 1st of April. And what had happened was that the infrastructure department had a transitional arrangement in place, and what they did was that they prepared an APP for the mobility department. In that, all administration was going to be transitionally run by infrastructure for the first 6 months of mobility being in place. Then they hired an HOD, and they redirected. Remember, there was a movement of staff and all of that, and they did a separation between who's now going to be in mobility versus now who's sitting in the infrastructure. So that transitional arrangement came to an end in the 6 months into the first year of mobility. What needed to have happened is that APP of mobility for the administration program needed to then have been readjusted, revised, to include indicators and targets for mobility for the 6 months that they were now working completely on their own with their own staff and no longer being looked after by the infrastructure administration. And we see that this was an oversight and it had not happened. And when we then did the review of the APR, when the report came through to us, we found that this transitional arrangement did in fact come to an end at a point in time, and then the administration would have been looked after by Mobility and their staff under the leadership of that accounting officer that was appointed. So what we believe did go wrong was that it was a transitional arrangement that I think to some extent it was an oversight on their side, but it is something, as I indicated, I do believe it can be remedied, because now we do understand that they would have then be able to then define what their administration indicators and targets are. Other than that, there was no reliability findings that we identified on the side of Mobility. We did have some adjustments that were done to the indicators and targets for reliability purposes. So remember, this is where you're telling me that you did 10 and I go verify, in fact, you did 10. The systems that we went back to, we then identified and they did identified issues and they did make the corrections. So there was no reliability issues in that space. So I think if I were to give you the comfort that when they were sitting in transport and public works, they had no reliability issues on the indicators and targets. Very similarly, we did not have reliability issues when we came to the other side. It was just that transitional arrangement that caused that to happen. Even if I were to flip it on the other side to say human settlements came into infrastructure, if you remember, human settlements did not have a clean audit. Human settlements had unqualified with findings. They had reliability issues on their predetermined objectives as human settlements. When they came into infrastructure, the process of infrastructure, remember they were the previous public works, they then implemented their processes of gathering information for human settlements. They identified where the weaknesses were. We want to put that to the fact that they had robust deliberations on how they can rectify the environment. They actually did have some matters that we did identify when we were reporting, because remember it was a transition year. They managed to correct it, and that's why infrastructure managed to also get no findings in terms of reliability on human settlements indicators and targets. So you could see the environment did in fact rectify the issues and identify the root causes. I think in terms of the APP process, we've spoken a lot. A member has given us a lot of insight into how the process does run. We really do take all of your inputs into consideration. Linking up to what my colleague has said, we will have a look at the legal processes that one needs to actually comply by, the mandates that you've been given, what's sitting in your terms of reference and your responsibilities. We'll make sure that we align everything and give you the more detailed, unpacked version of the recommendation. Ultimately, the recommendation does in fact come from a good space. It comes from a space where we do want oversight to play a very critical role, because you're the voice of the public. You're the voice of the people on the ground who are in fact waiting for the services to be delivered. So when we sit down around the table and we say what more can oversight do, I think for me it's an invitation to say I enjoy the engagement. Let us identify what more can oversight do and how can oversight do it, because then if we identify the how part and we've identified that how is practically implementable, then we'll then be able to start seeing the impact on the other side. No? In terms of the IFRS standards versus the IPSAS standards, I think there was a court case around the GRAP standards as well. I think the intention is that there needs to be a move to the GRAP standards. However, National Treasury are the right people to be able to pronounce on what the accounting framework is. I know the indication out there is that there is this entire GRAP readiness that is happening. The court case with the one entity that early adopted a standard was in contravention of what National Treasury has said. So they are the keepers of the accounting framework that is adopted by government. And I think for us, we are waiting. We are working with them. We are waiting to hear, the readiness in the environment. Yeah? I think we've spoke a lot about that. Then remember Nkondlo's the one about any law that prohibits legislatures from asking for the management report. We are not aware of any law that prohibits. The only a part that we're aware of is that our auditing standards require us to ensure that we keep our auditees' information confidential. But seeing that our reports directly report to legislature, our auditors' reports are directed to legislature, I don't know whether members are aware that there is a current court case in the system for which it has allowed the requester to actually gain access to management reports. So I think maybe the Secretariat can assist you with that. But from what we understand, there is no legislation that prohibits legislatures to request the accounting officer or the executive authority for the management reports from our audits. The part about how we deal with the conflicts and the interpretation, so post the agriculture matter that we underwent and the post some of the other disputes that we've experienced in the office, we've implemented a dispute resolution process. And I think through you, Chair, we can maybe bring to you how the dispute resolution process works. I think the next date that we're going to have, we can then discuss the dispute resolution process. But the intention ultimately is that the dispute resolution process needs to be seen as fair, not one-sided, and that all responsible parties be engaged while that process happens. So if there's a matter that is at hand, the keeper of the legislation for which the matter is at hand needs to be brought into the dispute resolution process. So, Chair, we can bring to you what we do in terms of that dispute resolution process, how it runs through our audit process and ultimately comes out on the other side if there is a major disagreement. Yeah? The intention for that process is for us not to go to the courts, because when we will have courts pronouncing on audit matters, and the court is equipped from a legal perspective and not from a audit perspective. So I think for us that was quite an important step for us to take. The dispute resolution process was put together with National Treasury in terms of the process. How we manage conflicts internally. So as a audit office, we function under the auspices of the International Standards of Quality Management. And in the International Standards of Quality Management, there's an expectation that every auditor's skills, expertise, and years of experience on an audit is identified before we allocate them onto an audit. We identify those who are key audit team members, and in terms of them being defined as key audit team members, we do continuous independence and conflict checks on them. So our office has a independence declaration requirement, a code of ethics requirement. We as the country has adopted the ISBA code of conduct, we also comply with the ISBA code of conduct, and as a unit within the audit office, we then evaluate whether anyone has a conflict against the auditee they've been allocated. If we identify a conflict, our standards allow us to implement a safeguard. So safeguard would be, for example, removing that person off the audit and replacing them with a person who's not conflicted. We do not allow blanket access to our audit files. We do not allow blanket access to any information that's coming from the auditees. So that's where we then implement those processes. Where we see people have actually moved to the auditees for employment purposes, we do a conflict check. So we do a conflict check on that move, and we identify whether that person was in fact involved in the audit. If the person was involved in the audit, did they timely declare? So there's a process internally when someone wants to apply for a position in our auditees, they've got to declare it first before they even been called for the interview, and we follow a process. So if they do not do their declaration, then we can actually hold that person to task. And then the last one around the impact on service delivery, and yes, rightfully so, when we did come to do the presentations in terms of the annual reports, we did talk about the findings that we've identified and whether it has a potential impact on service delivery. And Honourable Member, what we did there was we were trying to direct that our work that we've done and the testing that we've identified findings do in some cases would impact service delivery. What we were not doing is we were not directing you to exactly what we believe the impact is. We were directing the committee to say, can you please explore that what would be the impact in terms of the service delivery, which is then attempting to equip you to have the right conversation with the executive authority and with the accounting officer. So if it does mean that we've tested a program such as program 1 in terms of administration, and we said, would it have impacted service delivery? Is it directly related to their mandate? We would have said no. If it was something for education in reliability, it was about the teachers, and if it then we had reliability findings, our thing would, yes, it would impact service delivery because it's part of their core mandate. But it would be then for the committee to take it to the next level with the accounting officer as well as the executive authority to say that these things have happened in terms of the findings of the AG. Can you please unpack the impact on service delivery? So I think that is the linkage. It's not something where we go in, we test that it actually impacted the school and it impacted that school. We don't take it to that level. Okay, yeah, but I think we've answered most of the questions. I hope so, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much. I was just informed by the procedural officer there, 2013, Scopa asked for management reports, and there's 2 legal opinions to say no, that we don't have access to management, but now the court case might have a different spin on it. But we can, they will follow it up and then give the proper report. Thank you very much. I think that's it. I'm going to give the audit committee, because I see members are already coming with tea and coffee. We're going to take a break now. But Mr. Banting, over to you. Thank you very much for the comprehensive answers. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much, and good morning again to honourable members. Honourable members, I'm joined by Peter Strauss, I think, is online, and Francois Barnard, who's also online, and the chairperson of the governance committee. They couldn't be here; they're out of the city. So if there's difficult questions, I'll refer it to them. Members, I think, in fact, the conversation that we've just had now is we could probably just have merged it, because it's pretty much the same kind of discussion. I'm aware that the presentation you have, I think to make it a little quicker, you can beam it, but I'll read out the page numbers and then members can just follow with me in terms of what it is that we're trying to look at. So, Chairperson, the way that we understood the brief, I'll move straight to page 3 of the documentation just to give an indication. Some of the comments that came out are actually quite. If I look at the presentation, I think it does cover some of those issues in the way that we also see some of the discussions. So, the audit committee is actually an oversight body, and not internal necessarily to the departments. In the departments, you have the internal audit team that actually reports into the management structures of the department. So what the audit committee does, it does oversight work on governance, risk management, and internal control processes. We also review the work that the AG does and indicate, our opinion on the basis of whatever it is that the AG has done. So we're not really involved in the day-to-day running of the business. We're not allowed to perform any operational activities or management functions as an audit committee. We are completely removed from even the employ of the Western Cape government. We're not employed there. And just to give members an idea as to how much time we actually spend, per department on a quarterly basis, we have our formal quarterly meetings are about 2 hours per department. So you can't really get operational with that kind of work. But we do have to look at different facets of what work it is that the different assurance providers have done, like your internal audit, your auditor general, your M&E units, your internal control units within the department. So we look at what they do, and based on all of that put together, we then can form an opinion on how good the governance environment is within that area. So if we move to page 4, for example, we outline the terms of reference as signed off by Cabinet for the audit committee. And Chairperson, you'll notice that the wording in there is we assess the quality of the in-year monitoring reports, and we review and comment on the quality of the quarterly reports. So we don't necessarily go into the detail and go and check whether service delivery has actually taken place, etc., etc. That's not our role. As soon as we do that, we get fired, on the spot. So our job is to assess the reports that are coming in and say the quality is good, and the information that is there, this is what that information actually tells us. So we're not mandated to do performance reviews and performance monitoring. But we do make inputs into how we think departments should do, what departments should do to try and improve in that area, so that they could then meet the service delivery challenges that they have. So if you look at page 5, again, we outline what our mandate is and the kind of information that the audit committee gets. It's on the right-hand side in terms of the activities of the committee. So one, we do get an in-year monitoring report, and I can send it to Mr. I don't think there's enough time to actually go through the detail, but that is basically a similar report like that I think Parliament also gets. And then performance reports by program. And that's that report that you'd actually see on the APP reporting, the quarterly reporting, which tells us, if there's a particular KPI that's not been achieved, why has it not been achieved, etc. We see those kind of reports as well. And before they come here, we would have then reviewed them and seen the kind of reasons that are there, and obviously interrogate those reasons and say, but, does this reason, why would you have a reason like this, etc., before it actually comes in here. The other thing that is embedded in the system, and this is the important part, and we've been quite firm a little bit as an audit committee, because we think that this is where we can unlock some of the value within the department. So the department, when the term starts for the government, there's a 5-year strategic plan, objective, etc., that's outlined, which the Premier puts out, which the legislature supports, and so forth. And within that, the departments then come in and develop annual performance plan, the APP. Now, our view, and we have commented on this before, is that there needs to be a direct link between those 5-year objectives that the Premier has set out and made a promise to the country with the APPs. And as they measure the APPs on an annual basis, it must talk to that 5-year plan. Otherwise, then the two documents are not aligned. We're promising one thing, but we're delivering something else. So the committee, what we've been trying to do here is say to management, we need you to talk to each other, sort it out, and make sure that these two documents talk to each other. Now, what we've picked up on the documents, and I'll go straight to page 6 of the document. I'll start off with what works well, and then come back to this point that I'm actually raising. So the system, members, I don't think members should be too concerned about the maturity of the system and the way that it works, the performance management system, predetermined objective. I think the system is well embedded in the environment. A little tweak here and a little tweak there will be able to just make it work better. But the system works. It's there, it's in place, it gets audited, it gets checked. It's institutionalized, everybody understands it. And that's probably why there was a shock in the system. As soon as the AAG says, come in and talk to the provincial legislature and say, how do you come up with your KPIs on your APP? There was a bit of a shock in the system, because everybody understands in government that as soon as you make that tweak, because the system is so embedded, immediately there needs to be a response to whatever needs to happen. So we know that that's the correct lever to actually pull. So members need to look at how we're going to pull that lever. But if there's anything that needs to change, it has to start off there, specifically on those APP and those strategic plans. The second thing is there's several layers of review. And I think this is where the AG put out the comment that they've put out and say, but the different people, the different environments that actually review the system, are they doing everything that they possibly can do to make sure that the review process or the oversight process works as well as it ought to work? So, for example, we do have the M&E units. One of the criticisms that we have as an audit committee is that the M&E units, they on the quarterly reviews that happens, they don't necessarily audit it on an independent basis to say, these figures that are here are 100% correct. We rely a lot on what the AG does at the end of the year. And I think there was a criticism last year, or at least a question last year, from the committee. I think it was Honorable Member Conrad. I can't remember who, but I know there was a question around that. So that is something that the committee also looked at. The second part is we've got an EXCO, we've got .P, we've got MNE, we've got the accounting officer, minister, audit committee, AG. So there's a whole lot of people that looks at these APPs, that looks at these management reports on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis. The question is, when you look at the report, what are you looking at? And what is it that you are trying to comment on, or to change on, or to approve, if that's what you do, if you're approving or you're making recommendations. So there might be an area of improvement there. So the KPIs are linked to service delivery. We've checked that specifically. Now, the example that I had actually printed out and tried to send out was the Department of Agriculture. So when we ask agriculture, tell us about all these many KPIs that you have. Which KPIs are service delivery orientated? Where can we say these are service delivery and these are other? We found that, at least that's the comment that I have, and I still do hold that view, that actually agriculture, most of their KPIs are actually service delivery orientated. So it's more than 70% of their KPIs are actually based on service delivery. So if they do this particular activity, you know exactly that it translates into a delivery for the people on the ground. It's not necessarily the case right across, because some of the KPIs, one could ask some serious questions on whether they should be there. Again, the budget issue, very much linked to that. So all that works. It is structured, it's within the system, and it's completely aligned. The other issue that impacts these APPs are the national prescripts. So if you go to the department and say, your APP is listing a whole lot of things, why are you listing stuff like this, like 4 workshops that you need to do a year? And then they'll come back to you and say, well, National actually wants you to do that in order to get this particular grant, or whatever the case is that needs to happen. I'm giving a broad example. So there are national prescripts on some of those KPIs that actually dictate how the departments should do it. Now, the internal audit unit, again, also works well, and I know that as an audit committee, we've put a little bit of pressure on internal audit to say, we don't want you to tell us that, go and take a textbook and start ticking a couple of things and say, governance is in place, this is in place. We say, we know that this province works. It absolutely works from a governance point of view. But we want you to tell us as an audit committee whether those 30 laptops that we bought, did we need to buy them? Did we need to buy the expensive ones that you're buying? And are they going to be fully used by everybody on the ground? That's the value for money issue that we said. Internal audit, in your reports, you need to start telling us about that kind of stuff. The second thing is, also, when you're buying these 30 laptops, you need to tell us that these laptops are being bought to be able to service a particular environment for service delivery initiatives. And it's not just bought because somebody wants a very beautiful laptop on their desk. So that's the kind of thing that we ask internal audit. But what we did discover, and we are working with internal audits, and so most of their reports, in fact, all the reports that come in now, they do try and touch on those 2 areas specifically. But we also need to understand that there is a little bit of constraints in that environment, because the environment wasn't set up to do what you would normally call, and I think the AG mentioned that, performance auditing. Because what you actually need to do when you start doing the kind of thing that we're asking for, you actually need performance auditors to actually go into that. And to get the performance auditors, we need a little bit of money for this for the internal audit teams to actually capacitate them. So a lot of the service delivery issue to go in and check and make sure that the school that we built, is it proper quality and so forth. Even though Public Works or infrastructure would do that, you always need a verification of somebody else from outside to actually look at it and make sure that indeed, that has been done well. Now, if we flip to the other part of on the right-hand side of page 6, the areas of improvement that we're saying is the KPIs on the APP are not directly. There are some of them that are not directly linked to service delivery. And what we are most critical about, at least I can absolutely stand here and be convinced in my head that the way that we do the measurements on the APPs, those KPIs don't work as well as they should work. Because there's no way someone can tell me that if you've got a KPI there that says you need to fill 3,000 potholes, it's on one line. And then the second KPI says you need to have 4 workshops. But at the end of the year, you measure them the same way. And the question is, but why on earth would you measure arranging 4 workshops and give it the same weighting as filling 3,000 potholes? It can't be. But if you look at the KPIs now, I mean, you can check any department for that matter, all the KPIs measure the same. I have the same weighting, same at the end of the day. So when the department comes and says, I've got an 80% pass rate, everybody says you've delivered well. But it's possible that the 20% that was not done are the KPIs that actually should be weight 80% of what you should be looking at. It's possible. And we do try and check that from time to time and make comments on that. Obviously, it's hard wrestling in terms of that because it's not our area. And I think somebody mentioned you always need to stick in your lane. So all you can do is advise and encourage. But at the end of the day, the people who are accountable and responsible needs to actually take the medal and actually understand it and move forward. The other thing that we got a little bit of criticism on the KPIs is that some of them are really soft targets. They're there, and I know why they're there, because the department explains it and says, but this target, we know it's soft, but National has prescribed that it needs to be there. And now when that happens, as an example, it's one of those examples. And when that happens, you can't fight the department about it. You've got to accept it at this point in time. But it's something that perhaps yourself as legislators can look at as well. And then the quarterly reports do not reflect progress on the 5-year strategic objectives. For example, growth for jobs. We know the Premier is absolutely steadfast. He wants this growth for jobs and he wants it to work well. So we can't be looking at quarterly reports that don't tell us how well are we doing on those growth for jobs for this year, but more importantly, are we going to meet the 5-year target that the Premier has actually set up? That, for me, is not just critical, it's an absolute necessity that anybody that says, I'm going to give you a monthly report or quarterly report, needs to tell you, this thing that I'm doing here, how does it actually achieve the objectives that the government has put out? And that area, we think, is an area that needs to be strengthened, and we have spoken to the department about that. They are working on it, and obviously, one of the things that is a little, how do I put it? In the middle of the block there, I've indicated there's budget constraints is one of the issues. So some of this growth for jobs initiatives are not funded. So they're there. We told the country we're going to do it, but we don't quite have enough money to actually do all of them. So there will be a bit of a challenge around that. And obviously the departments will say, no, but I can't put this here because I know for a fact I'm not going to do it because I don't have the money for it. So one needs to be reasonable about it and understand it. The other issue, which is a consideration which they mentioned, I didn't put it here because I thought I'll raise it here, is the departments are also saying there's a standard in government. So all the provinces, all the national departments measure KPIs in a particular way. If you start putting the kind of things that are over and above what is this, what I would call the standard, how then do you begin to differentiate or at least compare the provinces fairly in terms of who actually delivers better, et cetera, et cetera? And I think that's a point that we need to consider. We can't ignore it because it is a concern. So we do not conduct external audits on the quarterly performance information. We rely on the M&E units internally within the departments. And then obviously when the AG does the predetermined objectives audit, we combine that with that and on the basis of that are able then to draw a conclusion on whether the department actually works well. So there's this debate about oversight by provincial legislature. I'm not going to venture into that because I think the AG has answered that and there's something that is happening there. But I think the words that I might want to leave with honorable members is, if a document comes to honorable members' desk, it can't be correct that all that honorable members are supposed to do is nod and accept. Surely then there's something wrong with whatever that is. And perhaps there needs to be another mechanism somewhere that needs to be sorted out. I don't know what. I'm not that affair with it. I haven't done enough work around that. But clearly, I would think that honourable members would need to find a way of being able, to ask the right kind of questions on whether, the document that is in front of us, are we going to achieve the objectives that we actually want? How you do it, I think it's your own process on how best you will do it. I don't think we can tell you how to do it. The message that I'd like to leave honourable members with is basically just two issues. The one is, for this to work well and for us to really implement performance management in a true sense, the committee that we currently have, the audit committees, don't do performance management, and that's not our mandate. That's not our mandate. That's not what we do. But we can empower the audit committees to do performance audits, which will make the legislature much more comfortable on the things that we do. But I think at the same time, the legislature themselves can do certain activities to either complement or augment or the work that the assurance providers have done. For example, looking at those APPs, I don't know how you're going to do it, but if some of those APPs are not going to let us achieve the goals that we need to achieve, I think the legislature should say something about it. How you resolve it, I don't know, but somewhere along the line that needs to happen. Honourable Chair, I'm going to stop here and then ask Peter and Francois if they've got any comments in addition to this, and then I'll take questions. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair and members, and thank you, Comfort. Chair, I don't have much to add. One thing I can tell you, I'm the chairperson of the Wellbeing Cluster, and what Honourable van Wyk has raised around the impact of service delivery is the budget constraints. It has got a serious impact on departments. They have to close down some of their services that they deliver, so that is a concern. We are getting as we're going through at the moment through a series of audit committees, we are getting the assessment from Treasury on the APPs for the next cycle. It is a new cycle. So we are, I know for the Wellbeing Cluster, we're having a meeting on Thursday and Friday where we will assess and give inputs. And it's also for me the first time in my 6 years, I must give the committee commend the committee. It's the first time that we have an interaction like this, not on a department level, but actually as a collective. And I think it adds a lot of value. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there other input?
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I think Mr. Bunting has presented and covered the issues very well. Thank you. So I would have nothing to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I'm going to give to the members for questions. Member Masiba, and then Member Kontlo. Okay. Member Bryant, in that order. Thank you, Member Masiba.
Thanks, Chair. I must say that I don't know your name, but Mr. Bunting, I really welcome your passion and your real enthusiasm in terms of the way you made your presentation and the call to action, if I have to say it that way. You know, as a legislature, we are here as members of parliament to hold the executive to account. And we ensure that we've got the experts like yourself, executing the work that you do and that you do it very well. Hence, we are here to conduct oversight. There are few experts here, but there are not many that will be able to make inputs, correct inputs in those APP, but they know the issues on the ground. But we expect when we come here to bring the issues so that you, as call it government or executive, to be able to work on the issues that we are bringing from the ground, so that when you bring us a paper or an APP, we are able to interrogate, to say, what you're doing here, we think is lacking here, is lacking there. So I just thought I need to make this statement very important. But the second point that I just want to make is that you made a valid point with regards to the 20% KPI that might be, creating a gap in the 80% of the problems that we're sitting with. And I think I have really kind of really made a statement around this with regards to the budget and around, finding the grant market so that, we can assist in terms of achieving this problem that we are finding in our municipalities and in our country, where there's huge unemployment and poverty and so forth. And I think the one area that I have also engaged with AG when we were deliberating our own report was to say, how do you really incorporate your finding as it pertains to the issue of inequitable share, that province don't have the money to actually deliver on that particular service? Because in some of the areas that they have got their programs, you can see that they have achieved the program, but the achievement has actually just in accordance with the budget that has been allocated, but is not in accordance with the problems that these guys have, the citizens are facing on the ground, is in accordance with the budget that they have been allocated. And I think it's a question of how does then the AG assist the premier? It's the issue of saying, I'm not receiving equitable share in the province, and that's why I need more to enable me to achieve the results that I want to. So I think the question for me is that how do you really assess that and make the feedback into the system? And so that, the AG as well, I actually wanted to touch this because the AG as well, can really contribute in terms of making that finding, because while we are robust here, as you have requested us to be robust, but we also need your assistance. And the debt, the certificate of debt, it's never been issued. We have been making a call around this a long time. Money has been wasted. There have been a lot of unexplained corruption and wasted expenditure. But a certificate of debt has been not forthcoming from the AG to help us, because if we cut that corruption, that wasted money, we can be able to really support, and provide the services that we want to. That's my input, Chair, really. I like your passion, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Nkontlo, over to you.
Well, it's time to recover after that passion. It's dangerous when men become so passionate. Chair, thank you for the presentation. Just a few things for me. Firstly, I think I want to support and appreciate, the areas of focus and improvement that is the audit committee you have put in this document, and hopefully by the end of the year, when we deal with annual reports, we will be benefiting, from the implementation of some of the issues that you are raising here. The few things I want to understand is that in as far as this concept of service delivery, is there in your documentation, in your engagement from yourselves, the departments, yourselves, AG, which must then permeate to ourselves here, a definition, that we can actually look at? And I'm raising this because this is always going to be, a very contested issue, politically and otherwise, in terms of programmatic, what is or what qualifies as service delivery. The second one, I think I would completely agree, with you on the weighting system. I think that's a good process to follow, or trajectory to follow, to wait, because indeed I've seen, in the varied annual reports and performance information where, as you say, justified from an implementer, but not justified to you as an overseer, that this task is actually an issue, and you'll find that they're performing 100%, and where you believe is the core business of the department, there's less. So I think that weighting, if it were to be done, although it's not going to be easy itself, because who determines what's important in terms of that weighting definition. And I think what you term as soft targets, I would also be very much interested to look at the annual reports that we're going to have, whether that information is going to be elevated, because part of what has been also a challenge in the annual reports is the sophistry that gets to be used by departments and technical jargon, forgetting that this is not an annual report for themselves, an annual report for the public, and must be simplified. So for me, I think this becomes important so that we know what would have been regarded as those as soft targets. Because I think on the issue of the national prescripts, if this becomes a function of a failure of intergovernmental relations, somewhere, somehow, we ought to resolve this. It can't be made an excuse or a reason. Here we've got in our South African governance system, for now, it's like that national sets policy, and is responsible to implement legislations, and therefore, when that fiscus is distributed right down to the province, to local government, alignment must be there. So for me, we can't sit perpetually with an excuse that national says this, is if now it's being made, is this big man who is made a scapegoat. We need alignment, because it is through that alignment that the beneficiary, who is the citizen, wants to see oneness in government. Is not interested in the competition between I do best because I'm a provincial government versus national, because at the end, if I must find a service, I want a service from government. So I think this is an issue that we must work on, because that's why I was asking, what is the method being used from the AG of doing that alignment right through to the project itself, so that these inputs at least can be aligned. So I think it's something that I will be interested in tracking to look at. And my last one, Chair, on this one, I would be interested, Mr. Banting, in terms of the audit committee, that between two issues, one is the reliability from the AG on the education department, because this is one aspect in the performance information that has been repeatedly identified by the AG. And we would always ask, at what point you as the audit committee, because from that management letter, you are responsible to ensure that that management letter, and the contents thereof gets to be successfully implemented, So I'm saying, what has been the challenges where you've got repeating findings, in departments like the education department, including mobility, because the issue of mobility, which was actually raised even by mobility itself, is the clumsiness in the transition. And indeed, when you look at the two departments, and yes, the other one was not necessarily having a clean audit, but that clumsiness actually became now a situation where you see some kind of a performance collapse from the Department of Mobility. And one expects that the internal audit responsibility, as you say, is to flag these issues. That is why the interest would be accessing this information, because it's one thing, post facto, you come and explain to us, we encourage, we advise, but we must see evidence of that advice. So the access of management letters and that information will satisfy us as SCOPA that indeed that conversation did take place, because we can't always be, relying on the goodness of words, of the people sitting on the other side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Member. Member Brian.
Thanks, Chairperson. I just want to echo the sentiments from Honourable Masipa in terms of the enthusiasm and the ideas shown, and it is very good to hear a lot of what was said, and the attention to detail that has certainly been looked into. And I think your points around staying in one's lane are a very important one as well. Walking that fine line between becoming almost political and staying strictly in terms of the compliance and the mandate. And I think it's a difficult thing, I suppose, when one has a political mandate to govern and a set of responsibilities in terms of the Constitution, as opposed to being prescribed in terms of how one conducts oneself in government. And I think that is the balance perhaps between oversight and interference, which is maybe what was being alluded to earlier, when one has a parliamentary committee which might not have access to the same level of expertise trying to set stretch targets. Because I can guarantee you members of oversight committees are going to set those targets way beyond, in many instances, what government departments might be able to achieve, which could then potentially inherently set those departments up for failure. And I think that is a key challenge. I've just got two questions. The first one is, and I fully support this idea of the weighting of soft targets. It's always something that annoys me when we're going through these reports and you see someone gives themselves green, 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 but perhaps some of those things are not the most challenging things to achieve. And certainly the so-called service delivery targets should be prioritized. But is this something which we're going to potentially implement across the country in all provinces? Because I know, perhaps in the Western Cape we are held to a slightly higher standard. I say that cautiously, but I do think that might be the case. And if one takes into consideration, for instance, the budget cuts that have been mentioned by my colleague, places like KZN, for instance, where they're also now struggling very, very severely when it comes to things like education. We also are facing the same challenges here in the Western Cape. So setting, a further stretch target when it comes to certain KPIs, I think could actually end up being far more detrimental if the requisite budget isn't provided in order to achieve those. So I suppose my question is, is this something which is intended to be rolled out for all provinces, or advice given to all provinces to achieve this, and the threat of compliance effectively if one doesn't? And if not, why would it only be the Western Cape that one would be focusing on in particular? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just put your microphone off. Mr. Banting, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the support from the members of the committee. Really appreciate it. How the AGSA, and I think that was the wording, would help us, get some money or get access to more budget for those areas that needs to be done. Maybe the AGSA has got a plan, but I think one needs to be realistic. That you can always mention it and make a recommendation, but ultimately how one gets more money for programs in government is something that resides with the legislature, in my view. I don't think any of us, we're too junior, we're too low level. All we can do is ask the legislature, or at least the management team, to say, please, when you go to the portfolio committee, raise the issues and say, in order to actually meet the targets that we actually want to ensure service delivery, we need these 5 things extra, and we need 5 billion rand or whatever that number is. I mean, I'm looking at the Department of Infrastructure and the backlog in terms of maintenance that's there. It's horrendous. It's money that we know we're just not getting at this point in time. And the only way to really get it, in my view, is that if the legislature actually gets into it and say, right, let's have this interdepartmental discussion and see if we can't unlock some of the things. The problem is exactly, I don't know if it's, I know there was a comment, I just can't remember, honorable member who made the comment that there is 100 things that we need to do. We need 100 million. But we only have 2 million. And that's the reality of the country at this point in time. So somewhere along the line, we need to find a way to make it work as much as possible with the little that we have. It's pointless to be unrealistic and say all these many targets of service delivery can be achieved. It can't. There are certain things that will have to be rolled over and done at another time. That's just the reality. The other thing, Chair, the definition of service delivery, I don't believe there is one universal definition. At least I have not seen one that says this is the definition of service delivery. The way that I would understand it is those items that you would need to do to help to deliver the services to the communities that do. And my understanding is that the way that I visualize service delivery is what is the Premier said we need to do for the 5 years in the strategic objectives. Those things that he said needs to happen, in my mind, that's service delivery, or at least that should ultimately contribute to service delivery. But I can't debate this one, Honorable Kondo. I don't know. I can't say to you, this is the universal definition of service delivery. All I know is that what should be happening is that whatever the Premier has set out and say, for the next 5 years, these are the things I want us to do, I'm saying departments should make sure they do that. That's the role that they should be doing. And if they've done that, I'm quite happy that they've done what they're supposed to do, because that's what they're mandated to do. The issue around implementation across a government, I need to, Honourable Prime, I must confess, I was at National, and I was very close to the M&E environment there, trying to get the presidency to actually change and implement specifically the weightings. And one of the things that, or at least I didn't succeed. I need to be upfront. I just didn't succeed because it's simply, the state is simply too big. And the argument was, how on earth are we going to get this worked out into the system, etc. And it became just too nightmarish. But I did try many years ago. Perhaps we can try again. Now that we've got much more advanced computer systems, maybe they'll be able to do it. I don't know. Maybe the AG can help us. Normally when the AG nudges, sometimes things do happen. I don't know. But at this point in time, I can't see it being implemented countrywide. But why do we then, as an audit committee, discuss with our management to say you need to actually have some stretch targets? For us, it's very simple. We can't say we want to compare ourselves, with province 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we've already done all the things that can be done from a governance point of view, etc., and we need to do more, I can't see where it would hurt that, the Western Cape would then say, well, if I've got the money and I can do more and I can stretch it more, let me do it. Because ultimately it will show on the ground that, well, you're just miles ahead. But that's entirely up to yourselves, as honourable members, to decide how best you're going to manage that. But in my view, it's just sometimes it's laughable to look at some of the KPIs and say, but why are we doing this in this fashion? There has to be another way of doing it. And the whole issue around the soft targets and that we need to work on, I do agree. I agree with all the comments that you've made, and I think that we need to actually do that. And on reliability of information for education and mobility, and to provide evidence, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. So if the committee wants to see areas where we can where we've advised the business, etc., to do certain things, there should be nothing preventing that from happening, because we have very structured meetings. We have formal recorded meetings in the audit committee. We have minutes of those meetings, I mean that information ought to be available, for members. I don't think there's anything to hide there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm just going to give one more round. I know when Minan's hand is up. Member Minan, can you ask your question?
Thank you very much. As I've said, and I think our colleagues have said as well, it's very laudable that the Auditor General wants to ensure that things like soft targets are looked at, that KPIs are looked at. But the more and more I'm hearing, I come back to the point that I'm really getting the impression that there is mission creep in terms of the constitutional mandate. The Auditor General is a Section 9 institution. It is not part of government, and I'm just getting the impression that at its logical conclusion, some of the reach that we're seeing here is going to ultimately amounting to policy, and is amounting to also an attempt to centralize governance from national into the provinces, which is not the constitutional design of how this government works. And one can't end up saying that one's now going to steer mobility and education and other services from a national perspective to ensure that the Western Cape government performs to some kind of target not necessarily set by the province. So I really welcome the fact that you're going to go back to discuss it, but I really want to place on record, Chair, that I'm seeing a lot of red lights here because I'm deeply concerned about mission creep, and I'm deeply concerned about a real problem with the separation of powers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunting.
Chair, on that note, I mean, I've already declared that that's something that the legislature needs to resolve with the AGSA. I'm quite happy to stay out of that one. But in terms of what we do as an internal audit department, our job is to advise. Remember, we report to the HOD. So we are part and parcel of government in a way, although we are independent and oversight. So we do advise, but obviously we know exactly what our lane is. Our job is we advise HOD. Sometimes I push them. I do. And then they put 1 or 2 KPIs, and some of them may say, no, go away. And that's fine. I'm happy with that. So that's how we operate. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, AJ, if you want to conclude, because you mentioned a couple of times. Do you want to have a comment? That's going to be the last comment, then we're done. Is it something is it fine? Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's the end of the AG and the Audit Committee. Thank you very much. It was, I think the members had a lot to say, but I think a lot to think about. And then we will work with our procedural officer to see when you're going to come back, and then we can just move the way forward. Members, we're going to take a break now. The next session is going to be in camera. It's going to be only for members, the next session, when we start. So we'll take a 15 minutes break. It's now 43, 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. I've just asked if there's no committee after in this room. So we are supposed to be till 12 o'clock, but so we'll see how far we go. But it's going to be in committee, in camera, the meeting from 12 o'clock onwards. Thank you very much.